Good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551, open meetings of the Texas Government Code.
Your mic, oh, it's on.
It's on.
Thank you.
All right. In compliance with Chapter 551, open meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order an information session meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, April 8th, 2021 at 5:40 p.m. A quorum of the board, along with a limited number of our staff members, are physically present at the AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. In addition, we have a majority of our staff joining us by video. We are following necessary health protocols to ensure the safety of those who are here in person, but please keep in mind we are continuing to comply with local health orders and CDC guidance, and so we are not yet able to open our meetings to in-person attendance by our full staff and community. We will continue to use our virtual platform until it is safe to do otherwise. This meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV. It is also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Grande, and Google Fiber TV, and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for the hearing impaired. To join our audience tuning in remotely, welcome and thank you for joining us. We will now move to the approval of the agenda. Secretary Singh, do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Having a motion by Secretary Singh and a second by Trustee Anderson. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes by all those on the dais. And Secretary Singh, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the pledge to the Texas flag?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Next is an opportunity for the public to share comments with the board. This time allows speakers to comment publicly on any topic of their choosing. We have time for up to 60 speakers. As a reminder, the district continues to provide time during the regular voting meetings of the board to hear from the public about agenda items for consideration and vote. This is an opportunity for the board to take part in active listening. While we wish we could respond or provide feedback, we are required to limit our questions to requests for clarification or follow up directly to administration. In order to accommodate our video conference format, members of the public wishing to participate in the public comment portion of our meeting called a dedicated AISD phone line in advance of the meeting and audio recorded their remarks. We want to remind the public that this is just one way to allow you to share your thoughts and feedback with the board. The community can also email the board and superintendent by sending a message to trustees@austinisd.org. We will now play those recordings, so please listen carefully.
Hi, my name is Brian Benavides. I teach band orchestra mariachi Eastside Memorial. I have a couple questions about the bond. I have some news we received recently. So at the beginning of the whole bond process, we were told new school, we'd be getting new equipment, all that good stuff. We got lists ready at the beginning of the year, gave it to building people. Everything was good until about a week ago when we were told the district had decided that unless there's money left over, fine arts and athletics would not be getting new equipment besides chairs and stands. And I'm just wondering who at the district made that decision, why in this whole process is LBJ, who does deserve new instruments, why they were picked to get new instruments but not us, and what we can do to make sure that when we open this beautiful new school, modernized and everything, that the things we have inside the school are also modernized. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Christina Chan, and I am a parent of a high schooler in AISD. This is our first year with the district. While I'm encouraged by all of the discussions around equity, it is not clear to me that there is an agreed-upon definition of equity or a collective understanding of how to move toward this equity. With a new board, a brand new superintendent, and the many accompanying leadership changes that have been made this year, I see a clear opportunity and need for training to ensure that there is a shared understanding of what equity looks like in our unique community here in Austin. As an Asian American mother of 2 biracial kids, I'm acutely aware of the history of inequity in AISD and Austin, and hope that the board, the leadership team, including Dr. Elizalde and our closest advisors, will commit to doing this important ongoing foundational work as a team. Participating in a common training such as Undoing Racism offered by the city will allow leadership to establish the language, history, and definitions that are crucial to the team working towards equity. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Gloria Vera Bedoya. I am a parent of an AISD student. Recently, Geronimo Rodriguez mentioned undoing racism. I believe that this would be an important thing for the Board of Trustees to go through together, as we need to model good behavior for our children and for the leadership of Austin ISD. I believe that the superintendent and the leadership team would really benefit from going through this as a group, especially since most of the leadership is new folks that were brought in, and they replaced the people that were there before in some cases. Some of the most powerful lessons in undoing racism are the racialized history of Austin and connecting past to present, addressing paternalism, gatekeeping white supremacy culture in organizations, history of and defining race and racism, and so much more. Basically, we should all get on the same page about what equity is, and without going through this process together, it's not going to happen. I have seen things that I don't agree with, the way that Mr.
Hello, my name is Will Juergens, and I am a band teacher at Eastside Memorial and International High School. I'm calling in regards to next year's new campus and possible new instruments for the band program. I understand that the new LBJ band program is getting all new instruments, and I think that is wonderful. They absolutely deserve them as a brand new band program. I'm calling with a concern for our instruments here at Eastside Memorial. Many of our instruments do not work. When they go to the shop, they break again after just a few weeks. And so I'm wondering what the decision-making process was for deciding on new instruments for the various campuses for next year. Feel free to call me back or send me an email. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ashley Kimball, parent at AISD. I've learned recently that the librarians who are bilingual do not receive the same stipend that the bilingual teachers do, and I think that is definitely not a fair process. I know that the librarian at my children's elementary school has gone above and beyond and done amazing things to encourage Spanish reading at our school. So it's been very impressive. And she definitely deserves that full amount. So please make this an even field for all the teachers, and encourage other librarians to also try to achieve that kind of bilingual level. So I'd also like to urge the board to advocate for National Board Certified Teacher Librarians at the state level. They were currently missing out on additional state funds that can range from $1,000 to $6,000 per librarian. So thank you for any help that you can give to these hardworking librarians and teachers in our program. Thank you.
My name is Nancy Mims. I'm an AISD parent. I'm looking forward to tonight's Equity Office update, as I'm always grateful for public discussions and engagement opportunities led by Dr. Holly and the Equity Office. I hope to hear board and district leadership elevating and amplifying Dr. Holly and the Equity Office's work and actively prioritizing the many ongoing opportunities they provide us to align our district's words and stated values with actions around racial and social equity. Our students depend on us to follow through with our words and public commitments. I see the Equity Action Plan developed by the Equity Office in collaboration with many communities belonging to this district as a map and a toolbox ready to guide us by providing paths and tools to connect our words with actions within the structure of the strategic plan. As this process comes into focus, I will be listening for commitments from the board and Dr. Elizalde that the Equity Action Plan will be central to its development toward equitable policies, practices, and resource allocation. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kathy Wilson, and I'm a parent to 2 students at Becker Elementary. I'd like to wish the board a happy National Library Week. As we begin the budget approval process, I'd like to request that you demonstrate the district's recommitment to dual language programs by increasing the bilingual stipend for teacher librarians to the full amount, equal to that of the classroom teachers. I'd also like to urge the board to advocate for national board certified teacher librarians at the state level. We are currently missing out on additional state funds that range from $1,000 to $6,000 per librarian. Thank you for any help you can give in recognizing their hard work.
Hello, my name is Emily Sawyer. I have students at Blanton, Martin, and Eastside. During last year's budget process and in the midst of the reckoning following George Floyd's murder at the hands of Minneapolis police, the AISD board and administration chose to increase the Austin ISD Police Department budget. Following pressure from groups like Austin Justice Coalition, Educators in Solidarity, Excellence in Advancement Foundation, Texas Appleseed, Texas Criminal Justice Coalition, and Youth Rise, the district agreed to temporarily halt hiring for 8 vacant SRO positions. These unfilled SRO positions should be eliminated, and the funds used to support restorative practices and the CP&I department, so that our budget, supports, and staffing are all part of operationalizing the district we say we want to have. If we want it, we have to invest in it. We can't keep speaking about equity and cultural responsiveness while paying for armed guards, surveillance, and control through fear. I would like to know what last year's police department budget increase paid for and how the district is prioritizing and investing in restorative practices and the CP&I department. Thank you.
Buenas noches, me llamo Minda Anderson y soy la maestra bibliotecaria en Becker Elementary. Me gustaría desearles a todos una feliz Semana Nacional de Bibliotecas. Al comenzar el proceso de aprobación del presupuesto, me gustaría solicitar que demuestre el compromiso del distrito con los programas de lenguaje dual, aumentando el estipendio bilingüe para maestros bibliotecarios a la cantidad total, igual a lo de los maestros del salón. También me gustaría pedir a ustedes a abogar por los maestros bibliotecarios certificados nacionales con el Estado. Nos estamos pidiendo fondos adicionales del Estado que van desde $1,000 a $6,000 por cada bibliotecario. Gracias por cualquier ayuda que pueda dar para reconocer nuestro trabajo.
This is an interpretation into English of Minda Anderson's message. Good evening. My name is Minda Anderson, and I am a teacher librarian at Becker Elementary. I would like to wish everyone a great week during the Library Week. As you start with the budget approval process, I would like to ask that the district show their commitment with the dual language programs by increasing the bilingual stipend for teacher librarians amount as the classroom teachers. In addition, I would like to ask that you advocate for teacher librarians that are nationally certified with the state. We are losing additional state funds that range between $1,000 to $6,000 per each librarian. Thanks for any help that you can provide to recognize our work.
John Garcia, bilingual teacher librarian at Casey Elementary. Buenas noches, me llamo John García y soy el maestro bibliotecario de la escuela Casey. Me gustaría desearles a todos una feliz Semana Nacional de las Bibliotecas. Al empezar el proceso de aprobación del presupuesto, me gustaría solicitar que demuestre el compromiso del distrito con los programas del lenguaje dual, aumentando la gratificación bilingüe para maestros bibliotecarios a la cantidad total igual a la de los maestros del salón. Gracias por su apoyo. Good evening. My name is John Garcia, and I am the teacher librarian at Casey Elementary. I would like to wish the board a happy National Library Week. I would like to request that you demonstrate the district's recommitment to dual language programs by increasing the bilingual stipend for teacher librarians to the full amount, equal to that of classroom teachers. One of the ways that I add value to my bilingual community is by teaching STREAM lessons. That's science, technology, reading, engineering, art, and math to my pre-K 3 through 5th grade students in both English and Spanish. Thank you for your support.
This is the interpretation into English of the Spanish portion of John Garcia's message. Good evening. My name is John Garcia, and I am the teacher librarian at Casey Elementary. I would like to wish everybody a happy National Library Week. As the budget approval process begins, I would like to request that the district show its commitment to the dual language programs by increasing the bilingual stipend for teacher librarians to the same total amount as that of classroom teachers. Thank you for your support.
Hi, my name is April Clark. I'm a parent of 3 children in AISD schools and a member of Save Austin Schools. I'm calling with a general comment and question for Dr. Elizalde and for consideration by the board. I recently requested a list of the senior leadership team to Dr. Elizalde, along with the titles of those who are deemed to be the top advisors on all district decisions. I received back a list that closely matched the new organizational chart. However, I was concerned to note that Dr. Stephanie Hawley was not listed as a top advisor to Dr. Elizalde. I was also concerned to learn that she, as the only African-American woman at the top of the organizational chart and one of the few people I would rate as having community trust in the entire district, was not given the title and the recognition of Chief Equity Officer. If equity in the district is a priority, then Dr. Hawley should be on the senior leadership team to the superintendent. All significant decisions made by the district likely go through a lawyer. I would prefer that they go through a trusted community partner. My question for Dr. Elizalde is, why isn't Dr. Hawley a member of your senior leadership team if equity is a priority? Thank you for your consideration.
My name is Maury Sullivan. I'm a parent in AISD District 3. I'm calling to share my enthusiasm for the presentation we will hear tonight from Dr. Hawley and the Equity Office. I want to thank this board for providing space for this update and thank Dr. Hawley and the Equity Office for doing the extremely important and courageous work of leading us all through the ongoing transformational change toward equity in this district. I also want to convey my hopes that AISD leadership will commit to making the Equity Action Plan a central part of the strategic plan. The tools and templates developed by the Equity Office with input from communities will provide a clear path towards equitable outcomes for our students as we develop policies, practices, and allocate resources. I am encouraged to hear district leaders express desire for achieving racial and social equity and believe public commitment to making the Equity Action Plan central to the strategic plan is an important step toward aligning our professed values with actions for our students. Thank you.
Buenas noches, me llamo Elizabeth McKeska Benfield y soy la maestra bibliotecaria en la escuela Waldridge. Me gustaría desearles a todos una feliz Semana Nacional de las Bibliotecas. Al comenzar el proceso de aprobación del presupuesto, me gustaría solicitar que demuestren el compromiso de distrito con los programas de lenguaje de igual, aumentando el estipendio bilingüe para maestros bibliotecarios a la cantidad total, igual a la de los maestros de salón de clases. Una de las formas en que agrego valor en mi comunidad bilingüe es conectarme y comunicarme con familias en 2 idiomas. Gracias por su apoyo.
This is an English interpretation of Elizabeth McKeisha Benfield. Good evening. My name is Elizabeth McKeisha Benfield, and I am the teacher librarian at Woolridge Elementary. I would like to wish everybody a happy National Library Week. As the budget approval process begins, I would like to request that the district shows its commitment to the dual language programs by increasing the bilingual stipend to teacher librarians to the same total amount as that of classroom teachers. One of the ways I add value to my bilingual community is connecting and communicating with the families in 2 languages. Thank you for your support.
Good evening. My name is Tara Lane Bowman, and I am an AISD parent of 3 students. I'd like to wish the board a happy National Library Week. As you guys begin the budget approval process, I want to request that you demonstrate the district's commitment to dual language programs by increasing the bilingual stipend for teacher librarians to the full amount, which is equal to that of classroom teachers. I'd also like to urge the board to advocate for national board certified teacher librarians at the state level. We're currently missing out on additional state funds that range anywhere between $1,000 and $6,000 per librarian. Thank you so much for any help you can give in recognizing their work.
Good evening. My name is Maya McElroy, and I'm the National Board Certified Teacher Librarian at Graham Elementary. I'd like to wish the board a happy National Library Week and to thank the board for its past and current support of our campus libraries and librarians. I'd like to urge the board to advocate for AISD's National Board Certified Teacher Librarians at the state level. National Board Certified Teacher Librarians are currently being left out of TEA's Texas Incentive Allotment that qualifying teachers can receive, ranging from $1,000 to $6,000 right here in AIC. There are 6 National Board Certified Teacher Librarians in AISD, 3 primary and 3 secondary. As we begin the budget approval process, I'd like to request that you demonstrate the district's recommitment to dual language programs by increasing the bilingual stipend for teacher librarians to the full amount, equal to that of the classroom teachers. Thank you for your help and action in recognizing our work.
Buenas noches, me llamo Heather Stevens y soy la bibliotecaria bilingüe en McBee Elementary. Me gustaría desearles a todos una feliz Semana Nacional de las Bibliotecas. Al comenzar el proceso de aprobación del presupuesto, me gustaría solicitar que demuestren el compromiso del distrito con los programas de lenguaje dual, aumentando el estipendio bilingüe para los bibliotecarios a la cantidad total, igual a la de los maestros de salón de clases. Una de las formas en que yo agrego valor a mi comunidad bilingüe es comprando materiales bilingües. Gracias por su apoyo.
This is the interpretation into English of Heather Stevens' voicemail. Good evening. My name is Heather Stevens, and I am the bilingual librarian at McBee Elementary. I would like to wish everybody a happy National Library Week. As the budget approval process begins, I would like to request that the district show its commitment to the dual language programs by increasing the bilingual stipend for librarians to the same total amount as that for classroom teachers. One of the ways in which I add value to my bilingual community is by purchasing bilingual materials. Thank you for your support.
Good afternoon. This is Mary Stewart Miller, and I'm a former AISD librarian, and I'm a current AISD parent and community member. I'm calling to wish the board a happy National Library Week, and thank you for your past great support of libraries in our district. I'm calling tonight to urge you to support dual language librarians, which are so critical in our dual language schools, by giving them the full bilingual stipend. They currently receive $3,500 less than bilingual classroom teachers, but are no less valuable to their school communities. I'd also like to urge the board to advocate for National Board Certified Teacher Librarians at the state level. We are currently missing out on additional state funds that range from $1,000 to $6,000 per librarian. Thank you for any help you can give in recognizing the outstanding work of bilingual librarians. Thank you.
My name is Asha Danielle, and I'm a volunteer with the Austin Justice Coalition. We are calling on the board to divest from the school police force and invest in supports for students that truly make our community safe. For this next budget cycle, we ask that the district eliminate all vacant school resource officer positions and commit to eliminating vacancies in the future. The district can instead divert funding to restorative practices, health services, and teachers, social workers, and counselors, individuals who are professionally trained to support students. If we are committed to dismantling the school to prison pipeline, we need to recognize the role that SROs play in the district. The presence of SROs increases the likelihood of students being involved in the criminal justice system for almost every offense that occurs in schools, including lower level offenses like fighting and theft. The design of the school policing system cannot be fixed by reforms or training because, as the National Equity Project reminds us, the system produces the results it is designed to produce. The district should instead choose to create something that centralizes the safety and care for all students. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Elizalde and board members. My name is T.A. Vasquez, and I'm the grandmother of a kinder student at Palm Elementary. I want to begin by saying that I keep hearing the same questions being asked by the district and district people over and over again. So in response to that, I want to address a missed opportunity that we just had, where we could have had community conversations on a large scale and had crucial conversations on education and the hopes and dreams families and community stakeholders have to build a constituency that supports public education. My hope is that you create a space that brings people to the table with conversations that stirs the imagination and builds trust, which would move people to come back and continue a conversation or multiple conversations with you. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Rose Miller, and I am the teacher librarian at Barrington Elementary. I'd like to wish the board a happy National Library Week. As we begin the budget approval process, I'd like to request that you demonstrate the district's recommitment to dual language programs by increasing the bilingual stipend for teacher librarians to the full amount, equal to that of classroom teachers. I also like to urge the board to advocate for National Board Certified Teacher Librarians at the state level. We are currently missing out on additional state funds that range from $1,000 to $6,000 per librarian. Thank you for any help that you can give in recognizing our work.
Liliana Howard, T.A. Brown Elementary School Librarian. Buenas tardes, me llamo Liliana Howard y soy la bibliotecaria bilingüe de la Escuela T.A. Brown. Pido que nos tomen en cuenta durante la planificación del presupuesto para recibir el estipendio bilingüe a la cantidad igual como a los maestros bilingües, ya que proveemos servicios bilingües a todos los estudiantes de la escuela, inclusive somos recursos para las familias, ya que sabemos el mismo lenguaje. Como bibliotecarias bilingües, mantenemos nuestra certificación de enseñanza actual y certificación bilingüe. Muchas gracias por su atención.
This is the interpretation into English of Liliana Howard's voicemail. Liliana Howard, T.A. Brown Elementary School Librarian. Good afternoon, my name is Liliana Howard and I am the bilingual librarian at T.A. Brown Elementary. I request that we be taken into account during the planning for the budget so that we will receive the bilingual stipend in an equal amount to that for bilingual teachers, since we provide bilingual services to all the school students and we even are a resource for families, since we speak the same language. As bilingual librarians, we keep our teacher certification current and our bilingual certification. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Hairston. I direct the Education Justice Project at Texas Appleseed. We are a public interest justice center based in Austin, although we work across the state of Texas. I offer public comment in support of the district divesting from school policing, particularly after the year that we've had and the uprisings that followed the tragic murder of George Floyd, Tony McDade, Breonna Taylor, and so many others. One reason the district should divest from school policing is because its own verbal commitments to the whole education of the child, social and emotional learning, and restorative practices do not align with the continued existence of a school policing department. If Black lives are truly to matter in 2021, the district must align its actions with its principles: advance social and emotional learning, advance restorative practices, and disband the internal school police department at AISD. This is what the moment requires, and we call on the Board of Trustees to take that bold action. Thank you.
My name is Eva Ackerman, and I will be addressing divesting from policing in AISD. I work as the Community Programs Coordinator at the Excellence in Advancement Foundation. Our mission is to disrupt the relationship between race, schooling, and incarceration. We serve children who are involved in the school discipline and criminal justice systems, or children who may be at risk of becoming involved in these systems. We understand that race is the most salient factor, and Black and Brown children are often over-policed and over-criminalized. Police don't provide the same level of psychological and physical safety to Black and Brown children in schools. For example, data shows that between 2015 and 2019, Austin ISD officers rarely used force when patrolling campuses. However, when they did, there were clear racial disparities. Particularly, while Black students make up just 7% of AISD's student population, they were involved in an average of 30% of the use of force cases over the past 5 years. We believe that funds for police presence should instead be spent on support services for children, both in school and in the community. Thank you.
Thank you to the members of our public for sharing input with us this evening. Trustees, are there any questions or clarification for the administration regarding any of the public comments? Trustee Anderson?
Dr. Elizalde, if you would, can you just please talk on the comment I mentioned, Dr. Holly, and the organizational chart and all of that. Can you speak on that a little bit?
Yes, ma'am. And actually, Dr. Holly is with us, and it might make more sense for Dr. Holly to simply talk about her her position on the leadership team. Dr. Holly, would you mind responding to Trustee Anderson's question, please?
Good evening, trustees, and Dr. Elizalde. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. And Trustee Anderson, could you clarify your question a little bit so I make sure I'm responding with what your expectations are?
So I believe there was a concern about, I guess, you not being part of the executive leadership team and providing that feedback to Dr. Elizalde on decisions that are being made. So I guess, are you at the table?
Yes, I'm on the leadership team, and I am at the table at both the executive leadership team meetings and at our senior leadership meetings as well.
Thank you. Dr. Elizalde, can you also, for the 2 orchestra teachers, now correct me if I'm wrong, what I don't like hearing is one school trying to put another school, I don't do that. We're not gonna do that. But just so we're clear, can you please talk about, because if I'm not mistaken, and it's currently at LBJ Lhasa, there isn't 2 different bands. There's one band, correct?
I'm going to ask our leadership team, who are directly connected to this, to respond to that. I think Dr. Mays and or Ms. Casas can give us more specific information. Let's start with the question first about how many bands exist at the current LBJ site where we co-locate 2 schools, Lhasa and LBJ. Can you answer that question, that there's just one band?
So that is correct. I believe it is 1 currently, and next year it will be 2.
And can you just briefly speak on why that is? Why is LBJ getting new equipment? Just briefly. You don't have to go into detail, just briefly, why that's happening.
Good evening, board. Trustee Anderson, and so right now I can't speak to the situation at Eastside in terms of the band equipment. I would need to do some more digging on why LBJ is actually getting equipment. I do know that in having the conversations, there wasn't necessarily a commitment regarding the band equipment, and I know that we are working with that team on that campus to determine priorities. I know Mr. Segura is actually actively working with that team on identifying equipment that is in good shape and can be utilized, but also looking at what can be replaced. And I see Mr. Segura that just popped up.
And so, and how long, my main point is, the reason I'm asking this is because how long before LASA moves to the Eastside campus?
Let me ask Mr. Segura to answer that one. Mr. Segura?
Yes, hello board, Dr. Elizalde, Matias Segura, Acting Chief of Operations. The LASA move will occur this summer. Eastside Early College High School will be delivered August of 2021. And so in anticipation of that, we are moving Eastside Early College High School, currently at the Johnston site, to the new Eastside Early College High School at the LC Anderson site. LASA is moving out of the LBJ campus to the what is the current Johnston campus, and then LBJ will be expanding and incorporating the the health professions school. Due to that separation, we have now 3 bands in lieu of 2 just earlier this year.
And I believe that's what Trustee Anderson was alluding to, is that the reason we're purchasing new equipment is there's a new formation of an entire band. And so that's the reason that group is receiving new instruments. The other instruments at Eastside, it is my understanding that you are working with the Fine Arts Department and that we are doing a reevaluation of equipment, such as the ones, including the band and orchestra teachers, to be a part of the conversation, so that when we reevaluate instruments currently at Eastside Memorial, that will become Eastside Early College High School, that we will in fact replace those instruments that need to be replaced. Is that correct?
That is 100% correct, Dr. Elizalde.
Thank you.
Okay, excuse me. As part of the PTSA team back at Eastside Memorial, I was in the bond meetings, and there was a commitment that we would get everything new at our new campus, at the new Eastside campus, including the band equipment. So when did that change?
I don't know that it changed, Trustee Zapata. I know, obviously I was not here. This is the first I'm hearing of this concern. So I will certainly bring the whole group back together and include the teachers from that campus so that we can come to, I'm sure this is something that is a resolvable issue.
Okay.
So I will absolutely look into that and provide you an update.
Okay, great. Because the mariachi band is new, and I know that we had to raise funds to get equipment for that. So they never had, it was donations that purchased that equipment. So I appreciate that. Thank you. So on the librarian issue, so can you speak to, is there being any consideration of the stipend for this, for librarians being bilingual?
So they do receive currently a stipend for being bilingual that differentiates other librarians who are not bilingual. They are not on the same scale of the bilingual stipend as a classroom teacher. And I would need to look into gathering more information to provide you some additional context to that.
Okay, because there was mention of state funds that we could tap into.
So what that is the teacher incentive allotment that the state of Texas, also a part of House Bill 3. However, the definition of a teacher by PEEMS is the set of students that you are held responsible or accountable for. Librarians certainly teach students without a doubt, but in terms of the definition of individual classrooms, and this is the group of students I'm responsible for, counselors, for instance, also serve students in that capacity. So it's a slippery slope, of course, and I think the most important thing is once we want to stay in alignment with the definition of the teacher incentive allotment. So there's absolute factual information that teachers, any individuals that meet that definition, would allow us to apply for that teacher incentive allotment money. I really need to gather with our team, really look into what are the specifics with regard to that definition.
Because it was mentioned that if we advocate for the National Librarian certification, that would justify to have access to those state funds.
So the National Certified Board recognition, that certification, which is very difficult to get, the intent, if you will allow me, the intent of this is for us to reward teachers who stay in the classroom, right? Because there's a lot of individuals who may leave a classroom to seek, some may seek administration, some may seek a different position. The intent of the teacher incentive allotment is to find ways to pay individuals in the classroom more so that they would be incentivized to stay in the classroom. The National Board Certification Program is one of the automatic recognitions by the Texas Education Agency that they will pay those funds for teachers who have National Board certification. But they do not pay those funds for individuals who are not national, who are maybe National Board certified. So if I'm a teacher and I'm National Board certified and I become a principal, the certification that I hold, I still hold that certification, but I'm not a classroom teacher any longer. So I can't access those dollars because I'm no longer in a classroom setting. So there are three different items I think that we're discussing. One is the national certification, which is one of the few areas that TEA recognizes right off the top because it is so challenging and so hard to get that they automatically say, if a teacher has that certification, they qualify. Other districts have to go through other ways in which they can utilize or qualify for those funds. The second one is with regard to what is the definition of when we turn in what's called the PEEMS report, where you list all your employees and what positions they're in. We want to stay in alignment with what those definitions are across the board. And I need to work with our team to look into those things.
Okay, because it sounds like as we are looking at, okay, there are classes being on many campuses and the librarians get students there for 30 minutes or during a whole class period sometimes. So wouldn't that justify that they have classes even though it's not their class? But they get many classes that are dropped off there so that they could work on computer projects, whatever, but they always have students in there that they're working with.
I really have a lot of questions with regard to the equity across the board, not just with librarians. And I would like to get with our team because I do have the question, do our teachers drop students off at the library or do they stay with the students in the library? Because those to me are also some critical questions that I need to ask. One would see the librarian as of support to the classroom teacher, which would be very different if I'm actually leaving my class there and the librarian is providing some instruction directly. And so, you know, again, being new to the system, I really want to gather more information from our librarians, from our school, you know, people that are actually in doing this work before I would, you know, come back with any other information.
Okay. And I do want to thank Dr. Elizalde for providing some more factual information for us, but I just want to remind trustees that we're unable to deliberate regarding public comment if the item's not on the agenda.
Okay. This is just, again, just trying to get clarity on what justifies the librarian to get the stipend. So, also on the equity action plan, it was mentioned about the equity action plan, and I guess we can talk about this too in closed session if you like, but how it can be tied in with strategic plan. So I'm kind of trying to figure that out. So that's probably a bigger conversation as well.
It is, and since strategic planning is actually an agendized item that comes, I would feel like I'd be violating the Open Meetings Act.
Okay. So I just want to wish all the librarians a happy National Library Week. And I think you all do amazing work. I know a lot of students really access the libraries, and I know my children spend a lot of time in the library. And the more students we can get in there to read and do projects, the better. And I think that all the librarians provide that comfortable space where they can study with peers and read a book. And so thank you for all your hard work. And thank you again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Zapata. Trustee Lugo?
So first, I want to build off of what Trustee Zapata just said. Happy National Librarian Week. One of my favorite things to do as a child, and one of the few things that I was able to do with permission of my dad, was go to the library. And so that remains true even today. It's one of my favorite things to do, and one of the first things I want to do when it's safer in my own comfort zone to do so is visit the library. I can't wait to visit more AISD libraries as well. So, and thank you, Dr. Elizalde, for kind of taking into consideration providing more information about how the bilingual stipend works for librarians versus teachers. I also have a few questions, and I think that they're all kind of interconnected with disparate outcomes, systemic inequities, student social emotional learning, and academic outcomes. So I'll start with the first one. Some of the public comments mentioned, defining equity, whether or not our board and the Dr. Elizalde would participate in a training such as Undoing Racism. And so I do hope that the new board, as it is currently configured, along with Dr. Elizalde and your executive team, I really do hope that we can carve out the time to go on that journey together, to have a shared understanding. I don't really think that we can necessarily have one definition of equity. I mean, that's kind of the thing with equity is it's fluid. But I think having a shared understanding of what it is and what it isn't, and how we as leaders can work together with the community to close some of those gaps. The other thing along those same lines is there were some questions around the SROs and the Austin PD budget. So I will be submitting some additional questions for consideration by the district to provide more information both to the board but also publicly. I'm a big believer in where are we spending taxpayer dollars, how are we spending it, what's the return on investment, cost effectiveness, I nerd out on that information. And I think most especially when it comes to things like restorative practices versus what we know often happens with the school to prison pipeline, how are we investing those dollars? Where are we investing? How are we